You guys all set? I'm going to wait till the clock strikes 7, just so we can be official before we start the meeting. Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Lakewood City Council study session agenda for Monday, January 10, 2022. We have a number of items for discussion, and the first tonight is our review of the work plan with the Lakewood Multicultural Coalition. Welcome. If you introduce yourselves and your team members who may be present here or online, and then proceed.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. It's the pleasure of the Lakewood Multicultural Coalition to present to Council tonight. We'd like to share our accomplishments for 2021 and our plans for 2022. But first, I would like to acknowledge that the Cobble Park School District is very much a part of LMCC. However, Superintendent Ron Banner and Director of Equity and Community Engagement, Grant Twyman, are unable to join us as they are hosting their school board meeting at this time. But they are very much a part of LMCC. I'd like to introduce the board members that are here. Serving as our vice president is Kimmy Jen. And our treasurer is Mike Branstetter, Councilmember Branstetter. Our treasurer. And our secretary is Catherine Lannon. Mr. Ron Banner and Mr. Grant Twyman are also on my board. And as the president, yours truly, Mary Moss. Whereas also, we are also fortunate enough to have community experts in our community, on our committee, in our audience tonight. So if you would stand and introduce yourself, I would appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for coming out.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, this is Patty. I'm speaking for Linda and I both. If anyone is talking, could you please go to a mic? We can't hear a word unless you're actually at a microphone with your microphone on.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Reminder, thanks.
Hello, thank you. My name's Mike Czar. I've been in law enforcement here in Lakewood for the better part of the last 28 years and police chief for the last almost 7. Joined the Lakewood Multicultural Coalition with Mary Moss a couple years ago, I guess now, and just saw it as a chance to add value to this, another chance to add value to the city of Lakewood and work with Mary on some positive projects.
Thank you. Okay, it takes a committee, a committed group of people to carry out our mission. And the mission for the Multicultural Coalition is to provide a voice to all people and communities through celebration, empowerment, and inclusion. And our vision is building communities, fostering the diversity together. Each word of our statement was carefully crafted, and we strive with every effort we may take to strengthen that meaning. And with that, I'll turn it over to Kathy, and she will introduce our next speaker.
All right, so what we're going to do is we've got several slides, and we would love to be able to make sure that all of you can hear us and see it. So I'd like to introduce you to Kimmy. Kimmy's going to take us through the next 3 slides. So slide 3, please.
Good evening, and it's a pleasure to serve on the Multicultural Coalition. And let me just say for the record, I know I have a very unique name. The first name is Kimi, the middle name is Irene, and the last name is Ginn. So let me just get that straight from the get-go. All right, so anyway, we're real excited about where we have been, and we wanted to be able to put it on a timeline. As indicated, we were very active and in a collaborative way with the city's MLK event last year that we hosted January of 2021. We included with that a combination of Black History Month. We did the Hidden Heroes campaign as part of that committee. Then we were very active in supporting not only in motivation and dollars, but the youth diversity mural that now is housed in the Clover Park High School cafeteria area. And it is a unique mural because it is the original and the permanent one is in the Clover Park High School, but there's another mural that's transportable. And so we can move it around the city to various events. And we're excited that we've been able to do that to make sure that it just doesn't sit on the wall, that it's very inclusive and gets to all of our communities in Lakewood. It was designed by our youth in the Lakewood area. And it is very, very culturally enriched from young to old, various cultures, beautiful arrangements of even our military scenery around Lakewood. And we're real excited that LMCC could be part of that. Then we served pretty regularly at the farmers market this year, making sure that we had a greater opportunity for visibility for LMCC. And for those of you who like jazz, you know we were there for the celebration of the 25th anniversary with our beer and wine garden with Michael Powers, and we were excited to be part of that. So we had a fantastic year, and we're looking at even more to come in 2022. If we can go to the next slide. And this just sort of highlights our MLK that we did last year, where this theme last year was the injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. I had the opportunity to be one of the keynote speakers, and it was an opportunity again to have LMCC be an integral part of the celebration. And just so you know, this year we are a part of the upcoming 2022 celebration. And I was just sharing with your new mayor, we're excited how he opens that particular video that's going to be shown upcoming on January 15th. Next slide, please. This shows you some of the other work that we did in partnership with the Clover Park School District, the City of Lakewood, Pierce College, when we did the Hidden Heroes campaign, and that was a significant part of the Black history involvement last year.
Well, let me say a few additional words about the diversity mural that was designed and created and is now really in the custody of the students at Clover Park High School. The Lakewood Multicultural Coalition has really always looked to place a special emphasis on youth. One, because they are the future of our city, and that they seem to really get the fact that they want to be engaged with everyone and be able to go through and do that. And so this mural, aside from funding it, is got some significance in that it looks through the eyes of young people, and it's not just looking at data that tells us that Lakewood is a diverse community, but it sort of gives us an idea about what they really see when they think about the diverse folks to do that. And it has many themes within it that the LMCC was glad not only to support it financially, but we look forward to being able to support its being used in multiple locations at multiple events as a portable image, in essentially an icon that shows that diversity is not something that is endemic of problems we have to solve, but it is endemic of strength that we share. And we can move on to, I think there's this is a picture of when the mural was first unveiled with the large copy there in the common areas in the Clover Park High School. And so and the temporary mural there. And I think that it's something that will be, I think, become a part of the heritage of folks there, and that the young people who are involved with it will be proud to say they had a part with it. And we at the LMCC are proud to say that we had a part in helping them create it.
Please. All right, so my turn. So one of the things, am I not close enough?
Just bring it a little closer, Kathy, thanks.
All right. One of the things that we also did, and this is something Kimmy had mentioned, is we are part of the Lakewood Farmers Market. And the Farmers Market is a place where everybody's coming. It's a lot of fun. You're at a beautiful park. And as people are walking by, we had the opportunity to talk about who we are, what we stand for, and actually have some enjoyment with everyone that was actually coming to that event. There's about 20 different vendors that are there, lots of food. It's just a fun time where maybe some of you have already been there. One of the things that we had that was really special this year is we actually had a cornhole. And so it was a new board that we had, and it had our logo on it. It's hand painted, hand designed. And it was an excellent way of getting people to stop by because they all wanted to play this special game with us. So Mary, you might have something to say about that cornhole.
Yes, I do. Chief, would you join me at the podium? The Lakewood Multicultural Coalition, LMCC. The Lakewood Multicultural Coalition, LMCC, is an alliance of individuals and organizations that came together to leverage and embrace the diversity of the city of Lakewood. And whereas the talent of each individual involved with LMCC comes with a variety of experiences, abilities, and whereas in developing our community toolbox, we discovered a special talent. Now therefore be it resolved that the LMCC does hereby acknowledge and appreciate the development of the cornhole board that you see on our display there. Under the leadership of Chief Mike Zarro and his team, Debbie Zarro, Kayla Zarro, John Unford, and Mike Wiley. We appreciate your talents and your contributions to LMCC. Proclaim this 10th day of January 2022 Signed, Mary Moss, President.
Thank you, Mary, and the coalition for doing this. It was a great project to work on. My wife found the blank cornhole board. Our assistant chief, John Unford, did the engraving. My daughter volunteered to do the painting, and Mike Wiley did the epoxy work. And every good project needs a manager, and that's where I was. So thank you all. Glad to participate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next slide, please. This one is near and dear to my heart, and that is actually the fight to fight cancer. So one of the things that we were blessed to be able to be a part of was the Making Strides of Southwest Washington. This was actually the only event that American Cancer Society was able to do in person for our region. And it turned out to be a beautiful day. We made over $45,000. We had 38 teams, and LMCC proudly walked with their sign in hand. And one of the coolest things that happened is when Mary and Jim Klutz were walking and carrying the sign, going around the track, they were actually caught on film. And so that evening, when it was presented on TV, LMCC was seen walking on television that night. So it was truly an amazing event. We hope to be able to do things like this again next year. And with that, we'll have the last slide, and I'll turn it back to Mary, and she'll tell us all about our plans.
So on the horizon for LMCC for 2022, as you can see, we plan to continue to move forward as much as COVID will allow us to. And we have some decisions to make and some ideas and suggestions that I think is going to really come into place. One of the things that we wanted to talk about was the discussion on training on voting rights for those who have been incarcerated. There seems to be some misunderstanding out there on when they are ready and able to vote again. So we want to have some discussion on that with some classes, if possible, through the school district. Again, we're going to participate with the Martin Luther King program, prepare to participate for the farmers market. We have a lot of fun with that. A lot of good comments come from our first people there. So we like that. So as you can see, we plan to do a lot for the 2022. And I would like to thank our sponsors that makes this possible for LMCC to participate. And so a big thank you to Harborstone Credit Union, Lakewood Rotary, and the city of Lakewood. And also the in-kind information support that we get from like the Parks Recreation, Citizens of Lakewood helps, and some of our employees are there to help us with our sit-ups. They're involved in more than just being on the board or on the committee. They really help us to get things going and organized. So Parks and Recreation has been a big help to us and helping us get the things that we need. So, and the Boy Scouts, absolutely the Boy Scouts, very helpful, very helpful. So with that, that's all I have, but I wanted to give a shout out for our supporters because we can't do it without them. So with that, if you have any questions or suggestions for us.
Any questions by any other council members? How about council members Farmer or Bell? Any questions, comments? Okay. Anybody here around the table? Any other comments or questions? Well, we want to thank you. You know, every great idea starts with a seed that's been planted, and that's why the logo is so appropriate, and the beautiful tree and the intertwining hands forming the trunk. So thank you for all you've done and continue to do. I just want to do a shout out to Sylvie and Daryl, who worked really hard on the video coming up for Martin Luther King weekend. They both serve on the Arts Commission. And it's another good example of how interconnected the volunteerism is in the city, how people really pull together to do good things. So thank you for all you do. And thanks for coming tonight.
Thank you.
And we'll see you for Martin Luther King celebration soon on video. Kimi, you're not driving back to Seattle now, are you? All right, be safe. Be safe. Thank you for coming down. Fantastic. Next, we are going to review our 2022 Citizens Advisory Boards, Committees, and Commission work plans. And we will currently start with our Public Works Director, Paul Busich, to review the American Lake Management District Number 1 work plan, and he's going to come to us virtually. I believe, correct?
There we are. Good evening, Mayor Whalen, Deputy Mayor Moss, member of City Council. Can you see me and hear me okay?
Yes.
I see a hand waving, so thank you. Tonight, I'm just going to go over real quickly the work plan for the Lake Management District Number 1, American Lake. The advisory committee that we work with consists of 4 residents: Mark Pfeiffer, Peter Marsh, David Klaus, and Richard Martinez, and 1 city representative, and that is Mary Dodsworth, our Parks Director. We also have a JBLM member, Susan, I'm going to butcher her last name, Bezio, but Susan, as JBLM is not an official member of the Lake Management District, she is a non-voting member of the advisory committee, but 40% of the lake is actually within JBLM boundaries. So it is very important to us that they be involved in any decisions that we make, as we have an agreement with them for cost sharing for treatment of the lake. With that, I'll just dive real quick into our work plan and budget. This advisory committee has one function and one only, that is to work with the city staff and our consultants hired on their behalf to investigate aquatic weeds in American Lake, invasive aquatic weeds, and to develop a control strategy and apply that throughout the course of the year. So it's a pretty single focus. Similar to last year, we started off in January by developing the work plan, budget, and schedule. We've worked with the members of the committee on that, presented to the City Council. In February, we'll elect the advisory committee chair and vice chair. They were the same 2 as in the previous years. They were renominated and selected it, or agreed to it rather, excuse me. And then in March, we'll be doing some public outreach, May, distributing that outreach, and then also conducting the first seasonal aquatic vegetation survey to find out whether the Eurasian milfoil has popped its head back up again, or any other invasive species within the lake confines. Then come June, July, August, we'll be working with the Department of Ecology, make sure we have the appropriate permits for the aquatic herbicidal treatments and or diver control. And then come late October, do an assessment of the treatment, see how effective it was. And then later in the year, also, we try to do it in the August, September timeframe, the public meeting for the residents around the lake. Unfortunately, the last 2 years with COVID, that has been either a virtual one or we've conducted that out at the Tacoma Country Golf Club in a very open environment, which has worked fairly well. The initial intent was to have a barbecue out at the park and get the residents an opportunity to meet each other, to talk, and then to work one-on-one with us, as well as the advisory board members, to tell us what's important to them. I'm hoping that come in 2023, or 2022, maybe I'm foreshadowing what's going to happen this summer, but we'll have an opportunity to actually meet in person with everybody. We review our treatment control report from our consultant, which usually rolls in around the November timeframe, and then start all over by developing our strategy for the next year. Our annual budget is in the neighborhood of around $28,000. We don't have final numbers for 2021 yet. We're working on the final invoicing to send to JBLM for cost recovery. I will tell you is that as far as the residents go around the lake, we are doing very well with participation by all the homeowners. Last year we had, I believe it was 4 people that we put liens on for non-payment. Typically that's because a property has changed hands, either through transfer to a different family member or purchased by an LLC where they just don't know that they owe this bill. So we work with our collections agency as well as our own internal finance staff to find out who owes the bill, get them the information, walk them through it, and get paid. So right now we're doing fairly well. I think out of the 4 we had, I think they've all paid up. So we're doing really well as far as our cost recovery. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. Busich. I turn to our modified dais. Any questions for the group? Council members Farmer or Bell? You good? Councilmember Farmer, looks like you could use your own weed control district in your virtual picture there.
This is lovely Wahop Lake in its glory, thanks to Mr. Busich's work.
Very good. Well, thank you, Mr. Busich, for the report. We appreciate it. And I know I've heard from several of the neighbors out there that they are very thankful that there's some structure in place so that we can assess and cull the funds necessary to do the requisite treatment. So thanks for the work.
Thanks for your time this evening.
Very good. Well, next we will call on Courtney Brunel to review the Landmarks and Heritage Advisory Board work plan.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of the council. I am pleased to present the 2022 work plan for the Landmarks and Heritage Advisory Board this evening. The board is currently comprised of 4 local residents, Glenn Spieth, Joan Cooley, Beth Campbell, and Christina Minetti. The majority of this year's work plan is rollover goals from 2021. In 2021, the board implemented a historic streets recognition program, providing locals an opportunity to see history at a glance. And in 2022, they plan to explore ways to continue to expand on community engagement. To do this, the board realizes that they must meet people where they are, which is on a phone, driving, or walking by sites of significance. The board will be looking to fund additional historic markers, creating short online videos for the history of Lakewood, and hopes to work with Pretty Gritty Tours to develop a virtual tour for visitors to tune into when they arrive at a destination that's currently identified on our local Lakewood touring map. Specifically, the board has brainstormed ways to connect with youth. This year, the board will be providing the district, school district with copies of the touring map and working with the youth council to think of some more meaningful engagement. One item that generated a lot of excitement was the possibility of placing focus on creating short history of Lakewood videos to post online to engage with online viewers. The hope would be that these videos could be filmed in collaboration with Clover Park School District, or at minimum be provided as a resource for our local students to learn more about our city. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brunel. Do we have any questions out there? Mr. Brandstetter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Brunel, thank you for the briefing on the work plan. Mr. Mayor, I have a couple of suggestions of what we might add to this group's work plan that can help us as a council deal with some things that are really on our plate for this year. The first is we have kind of gotten to a point of where the initial trial run of the renaming of facilities and things, we thought it didn't place enough emphasis on community support, the significance in both historically and others of a facility that's being requested to be renamed. And the fact that once you rename a facility, it kind of establishes it as a landmark with some heritage. And I would suggest that this committee could help us by taking a look at a draft revised renaming policy for us to consider, given their view of the fact that while with the original one looked at the Parks Board to do that, and the original request ended up being for a park, that things subject to renaming are more broad than parks. They include buildings, they could include streets or some other city assets. even rooms and other things. And in looking at the work plans of all the committees, that isn't on any of them, but it is work that we would like to do, and I think it's something we should do with community input. And this seems to be the right group to be able to add to that work plan. And it would also be something that, as I noted in the presentation, that much of what this committee gets asked to do is very dependent upon other people taking actions. And this would be something that they would be able to deal without that thing over that, and would do a service to us as a council.
Very good. Thank
Okay,
you.
and then I had one other thing that that is small, but that as a council this year, we're going to be paying attention to trees. That we've got the planning commission in an ad hoc committee that are going to really work on looking at our tree preservation ordinances and plans. We have a lot of effort that we're going to put in to coming up with an action plan regarding climate change. But one small element of that is that the city of Lakewood does not have a city tree. We have a city flower, the camellia, but we've never designated a city tree either. And this committee could take a look as to whether there is an individual tree somewhere, or a set of trees somewhere, or a species of trees that based on history and other things would be appropriate for us to designate as a city tree. And if they would take on to look at that task, to look to make a recommendation whether to do that or not, I think that would be again a service that this group could give to the council to help us with our work.
Very good. Any thoughts on that? I turn to our screen partners, council members Bell and Farmer. Any thoughts you want to add or additional questions? I don't see Ms. Farmer. Maybe she got lost. There she is. Okay, great. Very good. The renaming of city facilities, I thought that was on the PRAB work plan already, isn't it? Okay, so it might be something that this organization might comment on, but it sounds like PRAB's taking the lead on that. Check with Mr. Caulfield real quick.
Yes, Mayor Whalen. Yes, Mayor Whalen. PRAB has on their agenda, and they're looking at the renaming policy. And they expect actually to have a recommendation to this body sometime in first quarter of this year, March, April timeframe. However, if you want to have another one of your committees look at that, my recommendation would be that you memorialize that in their work plan as well.
Certainly wouldn't be hugely problematic for those two committees to have a joint session for that sole purpose, maybe, if they wanted to do that. I'll leave it to the chairs of those two subcommittees.
Yeah, I
perhaps.
agree, Mayor. I would leave it to the chairs on how they wanted to handle that.
Okay. All right, and then just a comment on tree advocacy. Lakewold Gardens has incredible history on trees in Lakewood and certainly at the gardens, and they feature very specialized trees. In fact, for $1,000, you can sponsor a tree, which I did last year. And so if anyone's interested in that kind of work, they've got some great history there about some of the very, very old symbolic trees on the property that might be of interest to the Heritage Committee down the road, just to at least chat with Susan Warner there. And she's a wealth of information on those kinds of issues. So anyway, thank you very much, committee members. Through Courtney Brunel, thank you very much. My only other question for you, Courtney, is there enough budget to do the tasks on the work plan? Because you guys got a lot of things with probably limited dollars to do it with.
I believe so, Mr. Mayor. We have $4,500 that was rollover from our last biennium that we were unable to use due to the nature of COVID. The board did struggle a bit with the virtual meetings. And so the plan is that this year we will be reaching out to Pretty Gritty Tours, who back in 2020 was well within that budget to get some virtual options launched. And it's also within our budget for this year to update the local Lakewood touring map. And so between that and hopefully in partnership with Clover Park School District, we will be able to find some unique ways to fund or partner with them in order to create those short videos.
Great, and I will comment on videos when I get to council comments at the end, but again, the Arts Commission is sponsoring this Reel 96, which is going to be an incredible competition to generate short videos on certain themes, not necessarily on the history of Lakewood per se this year, but it could be something next year. So anyway, more to follow on that.
Great, thank you.
Okay, and next we will call on Mr. Buer to review the Planning Commission's work plan. Mr. Buer. Feel like I'm Scotty on Star Trek, beaming Mr. Buer up.
Good evening. This is Dave Buer coming to you live from my office.
Nice.
I'm here this evening to review the Lakewood Planning Commission work plan for 2022. As you know, the commission consists of 7 members, one of which position is now currently vacant. The specific staff people that attend are myself, Tiffany Spear, and Karen Devereaux. We meet on the 1st and 3rd Wednesdays of each month. If we don't have anything going on, sometimes we cancel meetings, and other times we do hold joint meetings with other boards. The commission takes on quite a variety of different topics concerning general land use and planning, redevelopment, and transportation. There are 22 work plan items this year, and some of them have already been started. The big one that's coming forward is the annual housing report, which the CSAB and Planning Commission will receive in the early part of February, and then on to the City Council date yet to be scheduled. The Commission also will be looking at the Vision 2050 countywide planning policies, buildable lands, population housing activities, potentially updating the shoreline management plan based upon a review done by the Clover Creek Council, which is upcoming also in the first quarter. It's also the time in which the City Planning Commission reviews the downtown sub-area plan and the Lakewood Station sub-area plan as part of a biennial review process. If we do amendments to the shoreline management plan, we will be doing a variety of public hearings. We've already started the 2022 comprehensive plan amendment process. We're in the process of developing staff reports. Some of the amendments this year are quite complicated, and thus the commission will be receiving specific reports on certain topics beginning, I believe, in January, culminating in public hearings this summer. We also will be doing a review of the development regulations. Each year, the legislature amends oftentimes many land use and zoning code changes to the GMA. We use that as an opportunity to try to bring our code up to date, as well as identify any areas that need correction. Most likely that will occur in late summer, or possibly the fall. And the public hearing process will begin on the 2022 amendments. Once that's finished, it's forwarded to the City Council for action. At the same time, the City Council will be taking a look at the 2023 amendments as well, looking at the packet of what that might look like for 2023. Both myself and Ms. Spear are also actively engaged in getting ready for the 2024 PSRC amendment process. One of the big items that we will be tackling will be an update to our housing element. That will begin in this year and will extend into 2023. And you will begin to see an opportunity of what some of the housing conditions look like here very soon, coming up with the annual housing report, which is a bit of a precursor to the housing element update. With that, Mr. Mayor, I return the matter back to the council.
Thank you, Mr. Buer. A very full plate, it appears, for the Planning Commission. Any questions, deletions, additions? If not, thank you, Mr. Buer, very much appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we will call on the Chief Cornhole Creator, Chief Zarro, to review the Public Safety Advisory Committee work plan. Anywhere you'd like.
I'll slide over here, so I'm not, don't have my back to the camera. Thank you, Mayor Whalen and council members. Here for the Public Safety Advisory Committee with our 2022 annual work plan. As you'll see in the, I'm assuming you have a copy of it, even though it's not up. Okay. So for the work plan, they have identified 8 items that they wanted to work on, some more clearly public safety related than others. But number 1, recruitment, minority focused, and that's more a product of just the conversations we've all been having, and with the belief that more heads are better than one, having them just engage in that as part of a discussion to see what they can contribute. The railroad and Clover Creek crossing updates. I don't know if you remember this being brought up before, but it's at Clover Creek and Pack Highway where the new rail is. There's I think a concern about the safety for pedestrians trying to cross there because there is no sidewalk. And to cross at all, you either have to, if you're on foot, you can go in the gravel and off the roadway. But if you're in anything that's motorized or wheeled, like a wheelchair or motorized scooter, you actually have to drive in the roadway. So none of which are the safest options. So they're exploring solutions for that. The municipal court's role in public safety. Not exactly sure what they had in mind with that. I apologize. They're just a larger discussion about how, I believe, how they can offer options for the judge and the courts when it comes to post trial outcomes. And in city parks, just reviewing for generally public safety, whether that's the materials being used or the designs or the roadways or the access, just reviewing for safety. Red light and school speed cameras. It's been a while since they were discussed and evaluated. The idea there is to look at the existing program and see if there is a benefit to either expanding or adding to the program. Trash throughout the city, trash issues throughout the city. Again, not necessarily safety, but more along the lines of blight that they would like to discuss and maybe work on. And some of that comes back, it'll be some of the same discussions, I think, as like the shopping cart discussions we've had in the past, or some illegal dumping discussions. And the public safety promotion, it says public safety, they're talking police, and that what they mean is just having some sort of presence on social media to talk about public safety issues and policing and promoting public safety and different, specific topics related to safety. And then number 8 is the sort of the ongoing, I guess, discussion about adult or group family homes and Western State Hospital and how Western State Hospital plans and how those two work together and how they may relate. I think this one came up after the last incident we had that got some attention about somebody that was being placed, I think, inappropriately in an adult family home, but there was talk of it. So this sort of brought the issue back up, and I think there's a desire to maybe keep that at least on a, on a burner, if not a front burner, and have more discussions about it. Some specific dates that they have assigned, or meetings that they have assigned to talk about these, you have the agendas there. Some of it involves having, maybe educating them by having speakers come from Public Works or Parks and talk about what goes into the design of parks or roads from a safety perspective. So that's a lot of those where you see speakers come or presentations. That's what that's for, is to educate them and so they can either identify what the problem or solution might be or just move on. But that is what we have for the work plan for 2022 for PSAC. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of the chief? Council members Bell or Farmer? While you're thinking of that, I have a question for you, Chief, on the work plan with regard to the municipal court's role in public safety. What comes to my mind is either, post court adjudication and sentencing kind of work like we used to have with the work crews. And I haven't seen much activity with work crews in many a year. Is that something that might be worthy of a work plan item to say, how can we better utilize and be more effective in our use of work crews for dealing with issues that they've been charged and arguably sentenced with through the municipal court?
Well, I think the first thing I think is I don't think I have done a good enough job or need to do a better job about highlighting what they are doing because the work crew is out there still. They have been doing work for the past, nonstop. So
Okay.
even through COVID. So
You would be correct, because I have not seen any of it, but
right. So they are out there. Largely what they do, and almost exclusively, is pick up garbage. And that's some of the illegal dumping sites that they stay on top of and clean up. So they are out there working still.
how about graffiti remediation? Is that something that we could add to their list?
Possibly. Yeah, that's certainly worth discussing and looking into.
Okay. Shopping cart eradication, graffiti remediation, light. Those kinds of things would be lovely.
Right. And that's, I think, under the trash issue throughout the city or some of the,
Yeah,
kind of all falls under that general topic.
that would be great. More visible activity would be fabulous. Mr. Brandstetter.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, having talked with the chair of this advisory group and the presence of working with the municipal court on the work plan is not real specific because while they recognize the municipal court is a component of the public safety program in the city, they haven't engaged with the court much in past years. And so this is kind of a year of perhaps learning what they don't know and of seeking to find out what assistance they might be in any of the court's roles, not so much in proceedings, but in therapeutic courts or any other functions that to see whether there's some value that they could add in terms of the programs of the court in as an element of the city's public safety.
I like that. I think they certainly can be a check-in of the pulse, so to speak, on how well some of those programs are working when they're chatting with their friends and neighbors. That would be good. Mr. Boki, did you have something? Ms. Moss? Mayor Anderson, anything on that? No? Well, thanks, Chief. Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Next, we will virtually beam up our Parks and Rec Director, Mary Dodsworth, to give us a review of the Arts Commission work plan. the Community Services Advisory Board Work Plan, the Promise Advisory Board Work Plan, and the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board Work Plan, and the Youth Council Work Plan, all on Mary Dodsworth's capable shoulders.
Good evening, Mayor Whalen and council members. Good to see you all. Thanks for letting me share the important work that our boards and commissions do to serve the community. Parks, Recreation, and Community Services manages 5 of the advisory boards. And so I'm happy to share their work programs with you tonight. We're fortunate that we have very active board and commission members. They're not just coming to meetings once a month. They're very often working on subcommittees, ad hoc committees, crossing over between boards to collaborate and share. They work on special events and again, just work on behalf of the council throughout the year. So I'm going to start with the Arts Commission. And so you can see on their work program, they
Help us with the
have,
pages, Mary, if you can.
I beg your pardon?
Would you mind, as you go through, just help us with the page in our packet so we can get to it, because they're kind of all over the place here.
Oh, I'm very sorry. Yes, maybe Brianna could help us with the page number. Is Brianna right there?
16.
I'm sorry, I don't have that online. I have the handouts, but I didn't get them right from the packet. So page 15, thank you. And here comes Brianna. I'm sure she'll help us keep on track.
Page
So
16, yep.
thank you so much. So the Arts Commission, their annual work program, they are a very interactive group. And so some of the big things that they'll be working on this year is, of course, are some of our major community events. Oh, we're going to pull them up right there. Thank you. So we're going to be working on some special events on the Colonial Plaza. So we've got funding to do that. We're excited about some of the topics that we'll be doing. We've got, starting in May, a dance. Dancing in the streets. We're going to have a carnival of cultures, jazz night, car show, and then health and wellness or festivals. But we're going to be doing activities on the plaza. They'll also be helping us to select the different summer concerts that we'll be doing at Fort Silicon Park. You know, we haven't had rotating art at City Hall since COVID when City Hall shut down. And so we're hoping to bring that back. And this group has been really participatory in finding the artists and making sure that the artwork is appropriate for the City Hall. But we've really missed that art here at City Hall and up in the council and mayor offices as well. We're excited about working, getting the Colonial Plaza art installed, working with the artist John Fleming, and there'll be some community interactive activities that will also be associated with that. Of course, working on some more signal box wraps and a community mural and getting these updated so that we can present those to council and then keep moving forward with that. And then as Mayor Whalen mentioned, the Real Life Film Festival is coming up here. And it's very exciting. You know, we started talking about it 2 years ago and had to put it on the back burner. And so we've introduced that. We have 32 spots. All of them are filled. Some of those are independent filmmakers, some are teams of folks. And so basically you get 96 hours to make a 5-minute film. You'll be submitting that. There'll be, you know, everybody will get the same information, and then there'll be some specific criteria. And it could involve different things like, you know, everybody has to have a pineapple in there or something like that. So anyway, and then we'll be doing our film screening. So that's very exciting that people are so excited. It really is going to bring a lot of different folks together and celebrate Lakewood. So those are some of the big things that are happening this year. Do you have any questions about the Arts Commission?
Anyone have any questions? Mr. Branstetter.
Yeah, I would just go back to the topic mentioned earlier that the city manager felt was going to be on this group's work plan regarding the revision of the renaming policies. And if this is the group that we're going to ask to look at that and do some preliminary work to make a recommendation to us, then I think that should be reflected on the work plan in somewhere.
For which policy? The
Placed
public art
into their
policy?
agenda. The renaming policy about for city facilities.
That's Public Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, not Arts Commission, as I understand it.
PREP.
Yep.
So we're going there? I see.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
And just before you leave, Arts Commission, I'm going to inject my comment here because I'm the liaison currently. I was at their meeting today, and I heard a little bit more of the fleshed out details of the Real Life 96 Film Festival. This thing is going to be huge. And it really could be one of Lakewood's signature events down the road as it builds. They've got 37 teams that have registered, and that equates to over 250 team members on 37 teams working to put together these incredible short films. And the folks that are engaged on these teams stretch from Seattle all the way down to Camas. And that is going to bring in, when you think about the possibility of really utilizing lodging tax to its full extent, we're going to have kind of a gala event, kind of like a mini Oscars at McGavick Center. They're using a city day for that. They're looking to make it a really fun, big event if it's going to have that kind of a draw. So, more to follow on this, but they anticipate potentially 500 to 600 attendees to watch the film festival for all these incredible artists to do these really interesting short films that'll be judged. There'll be a panel of judges with some criteria yet to be determined, and cool prizes that are going to be created, maybe medals or whatever by some other youth folks or other art folks in the community. So anyway, I'm pretty excited about it. It's a pretty big event.
Do we have I see on the bottom of the page, it says March. Do we have a date or dates?
The March 19 is the anticipated screening gala, kind of like our little Lakewood Oscars at the McGavick Center.
Okay.
Is that right, Mary?
Yeah,
March
no, that's
19?
fantastic. Thanks for providing more details. And we will be gathering a lot of data, throughout the development of this program. It is our inaugural event. And so we'll be able to gather that data and then have a more maybe substantial request from LTAC in the future to support this, because it definitely will be bringing people from out of town. They have to, they have 96 hours. Some of them may be staying in town because of that period of time. So anyway, yeah, there's a lot of potential here. And as it develops and grows, it's a whole area that we really haven't really, done a lot of work in that area, but there's certainly groups out there in Tacoma, Seattle, and beyond that really have taken advantage of this opportunity. We have a theater in our community that's been very supportive, and a couple of theaters in our community. So there's real potential here.
As we talked about tonight, just to put a bow on it, it could, once they get through their budgeting process with you, it could create an opportunity for some admissions fee that would be self-generating for their future programs over the course of time, and start building up their public arts fund through their own efforts, which is really a great opportunity.
Absolutely. They're a hardworking group, super creative, and we're lucky to have those folks on board.
Great. Oh, Mr. Boki.
Yeah, that sounds like a great event, and we'll ask more questions in the future. Box wraps, how many box wraps are you going to get put in this year?
I believe we have budgeted to do 10
Okay.
more.
Great.
Yeah, so, and just as a reminder, we really look at a variety of criteria when we select the locations for that. We look at well-traveled areas, of course, we get that information from our public works engineering folks, but also we look at some of our underserved areas and really try and connect with the cultural information, demographic information in that area to provide more access to art in those areas where, they might need some prettying up, and also just to connect with our community with art that's special to them.
I will say that I'm appreciative of the efficiency of getting these in. I like the art, and the hummingbird one just around the block here, around the corner, truly is an actual wonderful piece of art. I think if it was on canvas in a museum, it would look great. It is absolutely incredible for a piece of public art like that.
That's Susie Russell Hall, and she is amazing, Lakewood resident.
Yeah. Wow.
Right. Maybe she would put that on canvas. We could do it as a fundraiser and make some more money for the Arts Commission. That'd be that could be our second gala.
One final question for you, Mary, on the Fleming piece, just so we don't have a challenge like we did with the first artist. it would behoove us to stay on task with that guy because part of his program was to engage the public and create the stories that were going to go into this, the stainless pieces that were going to be installed in the big piece of art. So we hopefully are keeping him somewhat to task on a timeline, because otherwise August will be here and we don't want to have him say, well, gee, I didn't have the chance to complete my work.
Oh, yeah, we're on top of it and he is as well. And I believe we are looking at something in the February timeframe to do that public engagement piece. And so
Great.
you'll hear more about that coming soon.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Hi, it's Councilmember Farmer. I'm not sure you can
There
see
you
me. I do have one question for Ms. Dodsworth.
Please.
I was curious, back on the utility box wraps, if you have planned to do 10 this year, how many left does that leave for us to wrap?
Oh, gosh, I think there's 70 some total, but we can get that information for you, how many we've completed and how many we have. Some of them we don't own, so we can't, but we'll get some more detail for you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, next.
Great. I'm moving on to the Community Services Advisory Board. Thank you, Brianna, for pulling that up. So the change that I would share with you on this is that the staff support for that previously had been Brian Humphreys, and Brian Humphreys has gotten a great new opportunity for him professionally. And so we are going to be replacing him with Shannon Bennett. We're very fortunate. Shannon's been working with the city for a year, working on the rental assistance program. And so she's working with CDBG. So she's engaged and she's really aware of the different programs and activities. So she'll be a great fit for this particular board, since this board works specifically with the CDBG staff as well as our, our human services side as well. So, of course, we'll be monitoring all of the different current contracts that we have and some of the special contracts that have been provided to meet our human service strategy needs. We'll be looking at that throughout the year. But I think one of the biggest pushes for this group on the human services side will be to prepare for our 23-24 human services allocation process. That will start as early as March, where we'll be coming to you and chatting about, current services and strategies and how we've done things in the past and how you might be interested in continuing and adding to or doing things differently. So we'll be working with you on that. And then, of course, we drop the applications in July and then spend a bit of time reviewing it. It's quite a rigorous process. And then bringing those recommendations your way towards the end of this year to be a part of that 23-24 budget. So that'll be a big part of what they do. And then, of course, working on the CDBG side, working with the staff there to do approving of the CAPR, to do the public hearings and the requirements that are associated with the CDBG projects. And then, of course, working with the working on the CDBG and home funding strategies, and then some of the other things that are associated with CDBG tied to it, maybe with some of the ARPA funds and things like that. So this group also does work. They've had joint meetings with Lakewood's Promise, and of course, a lot you'll find throughout here, you'll see a lot of crossover, which is really great. One of the things that we started, I don't know, probably 3 years ago now, was really taking a look at all of the boards and commissions that we manage and that we work with, and seeing how we can really take advantage of all of the expertise that we have and the work programs that we have to get the biggest bang for our buck. So, so those groups will be working on those special projects, and then other things that council brings forward as we move along through through this work program. Are there any questions on that?
Any questions on the Community Services Advisory Board work plan? How about Lakewood's Promise?
Okay, jumping right there next to Lakewood's Promise. Again, this is a really amazing board. You have some really great individuals representing our community on this board. Of course, the focus is really on youth and families. And again, Brian Humphreys was our staff support, so Shannon will be working with this team as well. And so the two really big initiatives that this group has been focusing on is our youth mental health and the workforce development. We recognized that in our earlier days that workforce development was so important to make stable families, bring them out of crisis and give them the ability to be successful in Lakewood. And so since then, the city is working with the school district on our youth mental health contract, and that's just being implemented this year or early this year. And then the workforce development, which we found working with our youth advice or youth council, is that it's not just workforce development for, you know, the adults in the household, but really the kids are interested in it too. So those will be key topics in our youth summit, which will be a big part of our, the amazing thing is we have such great representation on our Lakewood's Promise board that we work with all those different agencies in development, implementation of our youth summit. And more will be coming your way on that as we get more details, but they are looking at doing that in May. The kids really want an in-person event. And so we're hoping that, you know, we can clear out all of these germs and have an in-person event and bring these kids together. They're really tired of, you know, it's amazing. In the old days, the kids never wanted to be off their tablets and their electronics, and they really want to put them down and come and socialize and work together. So we're working on that and we're excited about that. And again, we have representation on the youth from the Youth Council on the various boards and commissions. And so they bring that rich voice as well as, you know, that information back to the Youth Council. So those are really the big things that Lakewood's Promise will be working on this year. Oh, the other thing is that we found, and it's been a topic since the beginning of cityhood, is communication. You know, we don't have our own newspaper. We have various subtimes and, you know, the TNT and other ways of communicating. So we're really going to be working on that, the communication, youth communication, how they can get information on resources and programs and activities and that connection piece. And so we have a subcommittee of Lakewood's Promise working on that initiative as well. Any questions on the Lakewood's Promise group?
Any questions? Okay, I see no questions on that particular one, Mary, so let's go to the next one.
Okay, so the next one,
Advisory Board.
Parks and Rec Advisory Board, again, and another amazing group of folks. I think there's one position open, but otherwise, a great group of folks. They, you know, typically review plans, your master plans, and help provide some excellent insight prior to those items coming to City Council. Of course, we've been waiting on our Fort Steilacoom Park boundary line adjustment. Pierce College seems to be, you know, just right almost there, getting their land. And then once they do, we'll be working on what that boundary line should be or could be based. And so we'll be bringing that your way. Diversity, equity, inclusion, you know, it's something that is really important. We have certainly underserved areas. We work really hard to provide improvements in our underserved areas as well as programs and services. The Recreation and Conservation Office, that's the big state funding source, is doing a lot of work in equity right now. So we're really excited to learn more about what they're doing. We, of course, have hired an equity, you know, staff person to help us with our own internal equity and inclusion and working on our diversity of services. And so does the school district, and so do the library, and so does some of the other folks on our boards and commissions. So we're really interested in learning how we can do better and do more for our citizens and make sure everybody feels like they have a voice and that they're heard. We have a lot of new programs that we're hoping to implement based on grants that we've received and grants that we hope to receive that I'm sure we'll get because, you know, we do a good job in that area. But we're really working on getting kids outside. No Kids Left Outside and different programs and services to get kids the ability to play, to learn about environmental stewardship and outdoors. And so we've been putting these programs together and again, working, sending them through the park board so that they can give us some insight, and also they can help us with contacts and resources as well. Super excited about bringing that street end topic back up through the community. And so we'll be taking a look at the work that was done all the way back in 2009 and then bringing it forward and doing some additional work to maybe bring some consensus or some you know, just finalizing some of the details on how we move forward with that particular topic on street ends in the city of Lakewood. Of course, we'll look at codes, park codes, as council determines that we need to update things. And we're really excited working with the Planning Commission and the work that Dave and his team is doing on climate change and tree preservation. And so we're thankful that they're willing to bounce ideas and share information with the park board, because there's a great interest from that group as well. And then there was some conversation about the naming policy and process that is in our work program. We are actually looking at having a conversation in January about that. And really the conversation is more about, how did it go? We did our first process, review the process, provide some updates and clarity regarding the procedures, and then, the after action items, how they may move forward based on council feedback from the process that we did earlier this year. And we're happy to include LHAB in that review process as a consideration, whether they're always a part of the application review. I think initially, although as Councilmember Brandstetter noted, there could be more requests for name change that don't have anything to do with parks. It could be other kinds of facilities or streets or things like that. Our board meets on quite a regular basis, and so that's why I think this board was tasked to review those. But we're certainly open to including other boards and commissions, or you'll see when we bring it back to you, it's kind of on your agenda for February, depending on the topics that come forward. If we have to adjust that a little bit based on some of the climate change topics that are coming forward, we may adjust that, but we're happy to include that as a potential idea if council thinks that's a good idea regarding the naming policy and review process. That's all I have for that. Any questions on that?
Any questions of Ms. Dodsworth on that? As we go through, looks like a full work plan.
And the big finale is, of course, our youth council, which council you recently reviewed this document when you had your joint meeting a couple of months ago. And so the big issues are of course, youth mental health, workforce development. They're going to be working with Lakewood's Promise and other partners to develop the youth summit, which we're planning to do in May. And our idea, I believe, is to do that at the McGattick Center as well. That's where it was planned before on a city day. And we're just getting into more of the details regarding what that might look like and how we can actually pull it off. We had such a huge event planned just, I don't know, a couple of weeks before COVID shut everything down, a couple of weeks after COVID was shut down. So we may go in and look at how that was initially some of the great things that were planned, but how it might need to be modified based on numbers. We might not be able to do it in the size that we've done in the past, but we'll be bringing more details, as youth council presents to you on a monthly basis. I'm sure they'll be sharing some of the big ideas that they have, and they're really excited about it, and so are we, and there's a lot of enthusiasm to bring this together. So
Very good. Well, thank you. Any questions on the last CABC there, the Youth Council?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I do recall that in our joint meeting with the tribal council, that they were interested in there perhaps being some interaction between a similar group to our youth council that they have within the Nisqually tribal structure. And I think it would be good if the youth council had on their work plan to reach out and explore that.
Certainly, possibly an extended invitation to the Youth Summit if there are students within the Nisqually tribe attending some local schools that might want to be part of that.
we are in the process of working with the Nisqually tribe regarding some partnership projects. And so we will add that to the, remind them that came up during that joint meeting with council, the two councils. And so we'll see how they might want to see that implemented, but definitely there could be elements regarding the youth summit. That certainly would be a logical place to put some of those partnership things, but there could be some other presentations or joint activities as we can plan that.
Great. Is that it, Mr. Branstad? Well, Mary, thank you for all your work. Appreciate it.
You bet.
Talk to you soon. Next, we have Mr. Caulfield to review the Lodging Tax Advisory Board work plan.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. I'm here on behalf of our Deputy City Manager, Todd Kraus, who fortunately couldn't be here this evening. So LTAC is the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee, is a committee that is required by state law since the city levies a 7% hotel motel lodging tax. The funds are restricted for tourism-related activity, whether that's promotion or acquisition or things along those lines. The committee itself, pursuant to your code, is chaired by the mayor. So in 2022, that will be Mayor Jason Whalen. The committee is also represented by 3 representatives from the industry, the hotels and motels here in town, and then another 3 from businesses that have tourism-related businesses. So right now, the committee itself is comprised of 7 members. The LTAC does typically have a joint meeting with this body in July. The work of the committee kicks off in about the early to middle part of August, when there'll be a request for grant applications, and that's typically for about a 4-week period. They're typically due the early part of September. LTAC will then get together and have a meeting sometime in September, usually the middle part of September. It's typically an all-day event, at which time they will receive the applications, they will review the applications, and they will make a recommendation for funding on those applications that will go forth to the city council. Those recommendations will then be presented to the city council in the middle of November as part of a study session, and then the council makes a decision on LTAC recommendations, typically by the end of November. So with that, Mayor, if there's any questions.
Seems consistent with years prior. Any questions of anyone? If not, thank you, Mr. City Manager. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've reviewed all of the boards. Now we're going to review our liaison positions to these various citizen advisory boards, committees, and commissions, which should be on page 32 of your packet. So let's take a look at that. I can get to it.
So, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Boki.
Just a couple of things from my standpoint. Ms. Farmer and I switched on the Pierce County Regional Council when she went on to SHAPE, and I'm assuming she's going to stay on SHAPE as our member there. So I just want to, make that official that I'll go back on the Pierce County Regional Council.
Very good.
And then I need to give up youth council. That 4 o'clock meeting time just doesn't work for me. I mean, I just cannot participate. So I need to give up youth council so I can pick up something else if that's.
Okay. So before we jump to the others, is there a taker for youth council that doesn't otherwise find themselves fully engaged?
I think I could do youth council if I wanted, and then I had talked about the Arts Commission also with you, Mayor. So, but then I can't most likely do the landmarks. So if you wanted to do that, Paul, I could switch you.
So would landmarks meets on Thursday, the 4th Thursday at 6
At 6, so that might work better for him.
So Mr. Branstetter, you seem to have a hand up potentially for youth council. Is that something you're interested in?
Well, I would be willing to do the youth council. the one item that I am on is the Public Facilities District Advisory Board, which has to do with the convention center downtown, and it meets 4 times a year. I am somewhat of an outlier on that board in that most of the communities that have representatives do have a citizen representative, not an elected person. There's not a requirement that that be an elected official. That changed a number of years ago in the state statutes, but they've so if we would want to move forward with identifying a citizen who would want to do that, and the other communities like tend to have someone from their Chamber of Commerce, or you know, the sports commission is there, folks that are there, and we may want to look at that of following the guidelines of Unity University Place in Tacoma
Okay.
and Fife, and move away from having an elected person on that body.
Got it.
What essentially it just really spends time reviewing how the sales tax allocation that comes through that body is spent, and making some recommendations to the city of Tacoma to be spent with respect to the convention center. And then I would be glad to take on the youth council.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Bell, so you're okay doing Arts Commission with Mr. Branstetter doing Youth Council?
Sure.
Okay. Don, do you want?
One that isn't on here because it's relatively new is the Executive Committee of the Puget Sound Regional Council.
Oh, right.
We have a voting member, and I'm willing to stay on that for the time being and keep you from having to go to Seattle.
I love that.
That needs to be an elected official, but it doesn't need to be the mayor.
So it looks like we need to add that role on our chart on page 34. Brianna's on it. So perhaps ahead of the Puget Sound Regional Council General Assembly line item. So the executive, okay, great. So let me look at page 33, just to make sure we're covered. So the Community Services Advisory Board, it's still Councilmember Farmer. You're good with that?
They do, it says here they meet as needed, but they meet every third Wednesday. So they, unless their time is changing.
Okay, we'll update the times. But you're good with staying on that board?
Yeah.
Great.
Unless somebody else would like it. I've been on it 2 years, so.
Going once, going twice, sold. The Arts Commission will put Councilmember Bell on in my stead, simply because it does conflict a bit with Pierce Transit. So I'm always running from one, like today, from one to the next, to the next, to the next. So that would be great. Lakewood's Promise Advisory Board, Ms. Moss, are you good with that, Deputy Mayor Moss?
I am. That fits good with what I'm doing. Thank you.
Okay, and Landmarks Heritage and Advisory Board is now whom? Is that still you, Ms. Bell? Oh,
Thank-
Mr. Boki.
Yep.
Mr. Boki, so it's taking landmarks. And then lodging tax, I guess, will be me this year. Parks and Rec Advisory Board, Ms. Farmer, are you still into that, or do you want to shift that to Mr. Anderson? Or do you want to do that?
Well, yeah, I shed my maybe my liaison roles as mayor, so I'm not on any of these anymore. That's one I have an interest in spite of the fact that the News Tribune reported that I had a special emphasis on zoning. I've always mentioned parks, but
I am happy to give it back because I believe that I switched with you when I came on council. So I'm happy to shift it back in your court.
That opens you up for you and I to do Pierce County Regional Council together. Or are you back on that, Paul?
Paul's back on that.
Okay.
she's community services.
That's right,
Because She
okay.
picked up shape.
I've SHAPE and the Sex Offender Policy Board.
Got it. Okay, so Mr. Anderson will take Parks and Rec. Mr. Boki's on Planning Commission. Mr. Branstetter is still Public Safety Advisory Committee. Okay, and then Youth Council is Mr. Branstetter again. Got it. Very good. So I think we've fulfilled all of those on that page. Now let's just double check on page 34, which are the exterior boards and commissions. So on the Greater Tacoma Convention Center Public Facilities Board, is that something that Ms. Schumacher might reach out to Linda Smith, the chamber president, to see if she might be interested in fulfilling that role?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay, if not, let me know and I could reach out to her, but if you can make the start, that would be great. Conservation Futures Advisory Board, we've got a citizen appointment apparently, it's still good. I will do the regional council with Mr. Boki. Here's Transit, I guess I will continue with, because it is an appointment. Puget Sound Regional Council, we talked about. Mr. Anderson will be on the executive committee
And I'm still the alternate.
for the executive committee of Puget Sound Regional Council. Great,
Mhm, yes,
good. So we'll make sure we annotate that in our updated sheet.
thank you.
And Ms. Farmer is SHAPE, and I see myself as the alternate, so interesting, but I guess I'll stay there. Unless anyone else wants to be the alternate. And then the South Sound Military Communities in Partnership. I guess I'm co-chair. Mr. Anderson, in his capacity with the county, will still be on the executive team,
Be on the
right? Was that?
executive
Executive leadership team, yeah.
Leadership team as a county, and then we're, the mayor is the co-chair
Co-chair.
by virtue of our contribution level.
Got it. Very good. And Mr. Branstetter, are you good with South Sound 9/11 Policy Board? Yes. And the sub-area plan advisory group for the Tacoma Tide Flats, which may be about done, if not done.
It is winding down. It's about once every 4 months.
Okay,
It's gonna die during the year.
very good. So you're good with that? So Ms. Schumacher, do you have all the updates you need, or do you have clarification needs still? Good? Okay, very good. So,
Mayor?
yes,
Just want to make sure we can add the Sex Offender Policy Board.
absolutely. If you can give the grid detail to Ms. Schumacher for that, because I don't have it off the top of my,
I will do that.
great.
It's as activated, and we've been activated twice already, so I'll send that via email. Thanks.
Fantastic, thank you. Okay, so with that, we will now turn to a rental housing safety program update. And for this, we have our program manager, Jeff Gum. Page 38 of our packet.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. So tonight I wanted to bring you a presentation, share my screen with the rental housing safety program update. Bring that up for you. There we go. So what I wanted to do tonight is go through the rental housing program, kind of bring you up to speed with what staff did last year, some of the things that we saw, inspection numbers, some of the interesting photos at the end of the slideshow, and then kind of discuss what happened last year and in my opinion, how successful the program has kind of become over the last few years. So right there is a slide of the 2021 rental housing safety program rentals. fairly consistent over the 4 years that we've done this. The rental units kind of are scattered throughout the city of Lakewood. The vast majority of rental units are single-family homes. So a large number of these little green dots are single-family homes. The 2021 year-end registration, it's been fairly consistent. As you can see, we have about 2,400 rental properties that we know of, and there's about 11,500, somewhere in that ballpark, rental units that the city has out there. The one outlier that I would say is every year, it does show that unregistered is 585 units, 585 properties and 712 units. The thing that kind of ebbs and flows every year with this program is single family houses and some duplexes as well. So every year there's a fairly large number of single family houses that are either sold out of rental housing or sold into rental housing. And those every year do take a little bit of time to catch up with. So I can honestly say there's a little bit of a chasing game there, and some of these numbers are kind of skewed a little bit by those numbers of sales every year. So what we did see this last year, again, it was fairly consistent. Registered properties, we were about 76%. It was a little bit better than it was last year. I don't think very many people can say much is better than it was last year, but I'm hoping that it's going to get better. And we did see a market improvement in rentals that were registered this last year. Rental units as well, we had about 94% of the rental units were registered. So again, last year we're at 92%. So another fairly successful year with the program. We've had very good compliance with property owners registering their properties. A quick slide that shows you kind of the properties that we have in the city of Lakewood. So the vast majority of properties that are rental in the city of Lakewood are single family and duplexes. So the first two slides there, about 1,300, 1,400 properties are single families and duplexes. And then from there, it kind of skews down the slide all the way down to large scale properties. The city does have a few large scale properties, 150 units or greater. There's 11 of those. The largest in the city of Lakewood is about 550. So we do have some large scale rentals as well. Some of the things that we inspected this last year, again, most of the rental inspections were conducted by City of Lakewood inspectors. We have 2 inspectors who do these inspections. About roughly 95% of inspections were conducted by city when you're looking at it on average. The largest number of those inspected were single family homes, so 198 single family homes. There was a kind of a smattering of multifamily and duplex. The thing that we have done over the last 4 years is a majority of the multifamily properties have been inspected. Each year we've conducted a lottery, and the system picks a random number of properties based on trying to get to 100% over 5 years. The other thing that has happened is as properties have had code enforcement issues and some complaints and so forth called in, staff has inspected properties on top of that. So at this point in time in year 4, we've probably inspected about 85 to 90% of the properties in the city of Lakewood. So in coming year 2022, there'll be a kind of a smaller number of inspections, followed by a large number of re-inspections, because one of the things that we have seen is, as you're all aware of, COVID has kind of put a damper on people's ability to repair things, hire contractors, get supplies, and kind of move through a project repair. So while we have done a number of initial inspections, re-inspections are something that I see coming in the next few years that'll increase a little bit. So initial inspection results, I hate to see all the red, but again, it's fairly consistent. Most of the initial properties that failed are single families. That was by and large, again, the largest percentage of units that we did. So 170 single families and 24 duplexes failed And then there was 28 multifamilies that failed. So again, it looks kind of bad, but it's fairly consistent with what we see. It's the way that the rental housing inspection is, it's an all or nothing pass fail. So the entire house or the entire unit has to be brought up to the rental inspection code, and then everything passes. So if somebody has an 18 unit complex and 7 fail, they've got to bring all of them up to the rental housing code before they pass. So it's a little bit of a process, but we do move them relatively quickly from pass to fail. So re-inspections, as I was mentioning, the city has done a number of re-inspections, 257, about realistically pretty close to the same number. Initial inspections and re-inspections were fairly consistent. We did re-inspect a larger number of multifamily properties than we initially inspected for multifamilies. Again, that's just because we have about a 2.5, maybe 3 year backlog of properties that are trying to move through the inspection and repair cycle. So we've got a number of property owners who own multiple apartment complexes that have been inspected over the years that are bringing them one at a time through the process. Re-inspection results. Most of the properties, when we do re-inspect them, they pass. So we're looking at a 75% of the properties that are passing when we get to re-inspection. So the blue is a good thing. In this instance, I would say the units re-inspected is a little bit skewed. It shows 53% of the units failed. One of the apartments that did come into the inspection cycle this year was the Echelon apartments. They've crossed their threshold of 10 years being in existence. So they were inspected this year by a private inspector. And the Echelon units have, I believe, 254 apartments, and they had a number of maintenance issues that are kind of deferred that they haven't taken care of for a little while. So they did not pass. So Echelon's kind of skewed those numbers with 254 units. So about half of the failed half would be Echelon. So if they were a passed unit, we would have had pretty good numbers again, moving them from passed to, or sorry, from failed to passed on inspection of units. Some of the things that are fairly consistent over the years, it just kind of shows a little chart and a graph of the things that are pretty consistent, pretty common failure items. So again, we've had smoke detectors and carbon monoxide detectors tend to lead in most of the failed items. Water heaters tend to kind of, they've been a historical thing that we've had issues with some of them failing. What we have seen more of probably in the last 2 years is electrical issues and plumbing issues. So those have kind of become the next set of issues that we've seen. And believe it or not, cockroaches. As you can see on the right-hand side, I had some really nasty pictures of cockroaches, but I figured I would just put one cute one up there. There's a lovely little German cockroach on a mirror on the right side of the slide, the third one down. So we have been experiencing a large number of cockroach infestations, more than before doing the program, I really hadn't seen that many cockroaches, and there's a number of them in some apartments in Lakewood. So we have owners that are fumigating their apartments and hiring professionals to get in there and clean those out. So one of the things that we hadn't seen much of, but we're starting to see a little more of now. And then the other pictures on the right are some of the inspections that we had this year, some of the kind of things that we tend to see a lot of. The top one is a electrical panel that somebody did a bunch of wiring replacement and so forth. And you can see the sheetrock in the ceiling was torn out when they did it and was not put back. And that's a rental unit above it. So it's kind of imperative that the sheetrock be put back. If there's a fire in the storage room, which is where that electrical panel is, it goes right through the ceiling without sheetrock protecting the fire spread into the upstairs. Another fantastic water heater installation. You can see the bare wires exposed. The cabling that's there kind of on the left towards the water heater should go all the way to the connection on the water heater, and it does not. And then the one on the very bottom is a beam on a carport. So it was a fairly rotten, you can kind of see where they're spliced together in the middle. There was a fairly sizable section of that beam that was rotten that somebody tried to go in and brace off and straighten out a little bit to keep it from failing. So some of the common things that we tend to see: rotten posts, rotten beams. I mean, that's fairly common on exterior buildings. So some of the things that quick facts, I guess, the largest property that we did have pass initial inspection. And again, a lot of the big properties have kind of already come through the system and moved along. So we're doing a lot smaller complexes. So 8 units was the largest complex that we did have pass at an initial inspection. That was the city inspector who passed. And there's the largest property that failed the initial inspection, which was the Echelon Apartments, 254 units. The largest property that did pass re-inspection was almost 200 units. So Arbor Point Apartments on 105th Avenue South. And then we had, again, the Echelon Apartments. They didn't quite finish all of their items when we had a re-inspection. So they're still doing some of their deferred maintenance things, and we'll schedule a re-inspection. I think this spring is what they were looking to do. And then there's a note at the bottom that says all multifamily rentals have been inspected at least once through year 4 of the inspection. So we have done a fairly good job of moving through the multifamily complexes. And some of the insights, again, what I like to see is you're moving from a state of, if you don't pass your initial inspection, it's not the end of the world. But if we can move you from that to passing your re-inspection, which I think this chart shows pretty well, most of the complexes that we have go from that state of failure to passing, usually within 1 year, sometimes within, I mean, we have some apartment owners that are pretty good and have been able to do it even in a matter of a month. So it's kind of nice working with a lot of the same apartment owners, the same management companies. They've come to understand kind of what's expected. We've have really good working relationships with a number of them. And it's kind of nice to see the people in the units, the people who are running them. It's kind of a nice segment of society. At least I like getting out in the city. I don't necessarily get out as much as I used to, and I still like to get out and meet people. And it's kind of neat seeing who's in these units and who's managing them. Some of the things that we have seen a little bit more of this year would be some illegal boarding homes. In the years past, we have had a couple of these. Myself and Sam, we did some inspections in the last month and a half, and these are our 2 illegal boarding houses that we did discover in the city of Lakewood. One of them is a duplex. The one on the left would be 2624 92nd Street South, and the one on the right would be 11,002 Briar Road, which is actually, you could almost hit it with a stone if you throw it from the city building. It's kind of right around the corner, almost to Clover Park School. So those are a couple of units that when we did inspect them, the one on the left, the duplex, the owner has done most of actually they did all of the work, I think, now, and got that one kind of straightened out and got a lot of the tenants out of there. So it's just back to a duplex. The one on the right is one that we're dealing with right now, trying to get some of the tenants out of there. There was 8 people living in the house on Briar Road. They were all in individual bedroom units. It's not zoned for that. It's a single family house. There was a lot of issues with egress, smoke detectors. There was all kinds of electrical wiring issues. It was not really and they didn't have any heat for about a month as well, which is how we ended up finding out about that property. Usually what happens is tenants will call and complain from deferred maintenance issues. Another property that we inspected, it was a duplex, 8601 to 8603 Stillicum, a really kind of not the greatest bathtub that you can see on the left. Some of the things that we do see often would be the middle slide. When people are rewiring homes, they used what was an extension cord and ran from the light fixture in the center of the room. They ran across the ceiling, down the wall, and put an outlet in what was a cabinet on the backside. Not something that'll come close to passing electrical code. And another thing on the right that I tend to see a lot of, and my staff tend to see a lot of, would be it's a little covered awning sort of a thing on the back of a house. That one you can clearly see, there's 3 2x4s holding that up realistically that are held up by another 2x4 that's kind of nailed to the house. Unfortunately, we kind of get a few of these and they're haphazardly strung together. And what the issue is ultimately, if snow loading was ever put on this structure especially, it would fail pretty rapidly. So we have seen a number of those over the last couple of years. Another property this one was actually shut down, and the owner is, I think, in the process of getting permits to either tear it down or repair it completely. He was debating on what he was going to do, and I haven't heard yet. So 7116 146th. There's 2 units. It's a duplex that had a large leak in the roof. There was a couple of tenants there. The siding was failing on the backside of the structure. Actually, it was failing in multiple places. The roof, you can kind of see on the left there, it's a little bit hard to see from far away, but there's a tarp on the roof. There's a number of shingles missing on the roof. So there was tenants in this unit that we ended up having to relocate, and it sits vacant to this day. Something that we have seen a lot of is garage conversions. I wish we didn't see these right now, but we have started seeing this. So this is something that one of the staff members pulled off of, I believe this is VRBO. So we found a Lakewood address, 7609 64th Avenue West, where somebody had gone in and converted their garage. And you can still see the garage door opener on the left photo. And on the right, they converted the other side of their garage into a kitchen. So unfortunately, we don't have permits for that. This wouldn't have passed either way. So this is something that we had to get tenants out of as well. A property on Stillicum, 6715 Stillicum Boulevard. I thought it was rather interesting. The photo on the left is something, I say it every year. I think I've seen everything, and I hadn't seen everything. So the left photo, you can see a pipe that comes out of what's a metal box that was a gas heater. And then the pipe runs out of the top and it kind of runs over to the left, and you can see that it's open. So that is the actual vent for the gas heater. That would typically vent to the outside of the structure. It should vent. What it should have been done is turned around backwards. There's a chimney behind it, and it would go into a thimble and then go out of the house. So in this case, their gas heater was being vented into the garage. So not a great idea. And there was living space above and beside this. So some issues with that. And then on the right, you can see somebody, they built a kind of a garage, not a garage. They built a kitchen on the outside of their house. They used some framing members and some fence boards and kind of created a space where they could barbecue inside. There was a sink that was used back there. Probably not the best use of a barbecue to have up against your fence with a plastic roof about 3 feet above it. So it was something that we had them remove. Another property, something that I think I've seen more of recently than I have over the previous 4 years would be construction going on inside houses. This was a house on Naomi Lawn, 12816. They didn't have permits for some of the repairs. When this one was inspected, they were working on the roof and so forth. So there you can see some photos on the right of roof framing and so forth that was framed over a couple of times. So this was a stop work order, and they came in to get permits to fix that. More carports. The photo on the left shows somebody built a carport, and they used what are the cement blocks that are kind of common that you can find at Home Depot or Lowe's. So the reason this photo is a great photo of the reason why those are not allowed by code, you can see the post on the front. It's kind of kicked out to the left. So the correct way to do that is a post goes all the way to the ground. It would have a 2 foot by 2 foot by 1 foot deep footing with an actual anchor point. So it can't get slid out to the side. The one on the right, again, another carport. That one kind of speaks for itself. It's a bunch of 2x4s and so forth that were kind of strewn together. There's a light fixture again that's wired. You can see the wiring that runs across the 2x4 into the house that was incorrectly wired and so forth, but another structure that needed to go. Some of the new improvements, some of the good things that we've seen in the city of Lakewood. So 3718 Steilacoom Boulevard Southwest. This was a 22-unit apartment complex. Kind of sits back by the old Bolero lanes. There's a number of duplexes back there. The owner actually did a lot of work in that complex, did a bunch of painting, siding, roofing. That was one building that he did. One of the buildings had some really old siding that I had honestly never seen in my entire life. On the left, looks like dragon scales. I have no idea what it was made of. On the right is what he put back after it was finished, did a nice job with hardy siding on the building and painted it and roofed that one. One of the ones that was just finished very recently, I believe there's still a little bit of work going on it, is the Carlisle Apartments. So it's an 18-unit apartment complex on 47th Avenue Southwest. When the inspectors went out there, there was the entire backside of the building. I couldn't quite get a great comparison from one to the other, but you can see the two photos on the left where the siding is starting to fail, especially around the windows. You can see one piece of siding has fallen down. The entire back of the building had failing siding. So on the upper right, you can see they went in and redid all of the siding. Some of the other things that we had seen this year, common repairs are things like the water heater in the middle. So installing water heater straps, excuse me. On the left, stair rails are another typical thing. So any stairwell that has a 30-inch opening, that stairwell would have a 30-inch fall on the side. It just needed a stair rail, so they put that in. Smoke detectors, things like doorknobs and door locks. And the repair on the right wasn't putting the blue tarp on the car. It was actually getting rid of the car. So something, again, that we've seen a lot of this year are inoperable and junk vehicles on property. So we've seen an uptake of problems with cars. And some of the challenges, again, it's 2021 to, again, whatever we're doing, it's kind of the same thing that we had seen last year. It's unfortunate, but the properties that are working through failed inspections and getting two passed are still taking a little bit longer than they should. It'd be nice if we could get things back to where they were and get some of the supplies out of the shipyards and so forth. But it's really hard to get contractors to do projects. It's really hard to get supplies. I know this firsthand because the homeowner housing programs we do, I'm seeing the same thing. My contractors are having what used to take a month to get a bathtub and countertops is taking 3 and 4 months. So it's not only a lot longer, it's 3 and 4 times longer than what it should be to get things done. So unfortunately, landlords are seeing some delays in repairs. We still have a few issues with some tenants and so forth, and even some property managers who are a little bit more leery about going into units to re-inspect them and to inspect them. And then we've had some issues with trying to get people through the re-inspection process. We've had pretty good luck with most everybody, but there's still a few holdouts. And unfortunately, in the last, I don't know, probably about month and a half, we started doing some enforcement. So code enforcement has written a few tickets for us to get people that have just chosen not to register and chosen to kind of disregard the notices that we've sent. Typically what happens is when we get a property that does not register, we'll send 2 notices to see if we can get them to register. Then we'll follow up with a non-compliant notice, and then we'll follow up with another non-compliant notice before we start issuing citations. So we've had to go through a few of those. Code enforcement is still doing some of that for us, and it does work. I mean, if after you've been cited, it's a $150 citation for the first day, $150 every day for the first 10 days, and then it moves up to a $500 fee. So we haven't had to issue citations for a long time. So it does work relatively quickly and get people in there, but we do have a few that we're still trying to work through. So With that, I will see if you have any questions.
Well, thank you very much. Mr. Anderson has a question for you.
Yes, well, thank you, Mr. Gum. You know, you got a tough job and a lot of things to do and a lot of units. And I know we've discussed over the years, from actually the year before we adopted this, we discussed trying to create a balance between life safety, inspections, and cosmetic. You know, where do you draw the line and how much is discretionary? And what caught my eye when I reviewed this material before the meeting was the echelon was on there. It's not passing. It's relatively new. It's relatively nice. And because of the time frame in which it was built, you would not expect to find the common type of deficiencies such as lack of water heater straps, smoke and CO detectors, and exposed electrical wiring. What kind of things showed up that made it fail twice?
They had a number of things, and it was realistically deferred maintenance. On some of it, I think the management just kind of missed doing some of the things that they should typically do. The biggest thing that at least that I saw out there when I went through the checklist, it was fairly consistent across units, but things like fire extinguishers that weren't brought up to the current year. So every year they're supposed to have fire extinguishers inspected and make sure that they're current on all the units. So almost every one that was inspected were out of date. So those weren't brought up to speed. There was there was some wiring issues. A lot of smoke detectors were missing. There was siding issues, deteriorated siding. There was some deteriorated posts and stair supports. There was, I'm trying to remember what else was on that list. There was a lot of deferred plumbing leaks and so forth, some sheetrock damage in units, some floor damage in units. It was fairly consistent with most of them. There was a lot of smoke detectors that were missing. Again, as I'm thumbing through it here, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of fire extinguishers that are missing, exhaust fans that didn't work, heater units that had issues from needing to be cleaned or didn't work, and a lot of plumbing issues. So it wasn't anything that was really structural, but it was a lot of deferred maintenance.
So are we failing units? You go to duplex, and if the exhaust fan in the bathroom doesn't work, they fail?
They have the option of if there's a bathroom and if there's a bathroom window or an exhaust fan, that is the requirement. So as long as they have one of the two, they would pass.
So would it be possible to see, get an update on the list? Because I do have some concerns from a landlord perspective. I looked at that bathroom, for example. It looked disgusting. I know exactly what happened. That tenant had probably let the landlord in 5 years. And they don't turn the fan on, or they don't open the window, and they don't clean the bathtub, and it grows so it starts to walk out. The sheetrock rots. And if it's a good landlord, they're thankful you came to inspect it because they finally found out about it and they could correct it before it works its way out through the siding and destroys the insulation. So those things are good, but I'm just curious as to where how fine we're getting into it. And I actually, and if we're getting too detailed, my concern is you give it to a private inspector who's diligent, and they'll err on the side of caution and won't have the discretion perhaps that you or somebody from the city would have if they should pass through. So it would be nice to see that list again. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd be happy to provide that. I can send that to Brianna and she can forward that on.
Very good, Mr. Brandstetter, and then Mr. Boki.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Gum, again, just to follow up a little bit on the echelon, when this inspection that had the multiple unit failures, they were initially a facility that was not in the inspection queue because of how recently they were constructed and they just came into the inspection queue in 2020? Or is that, or if they, because we have a period of time of new construction doesn't have to be inspected.
Yes, under the ordinance, it's 10 years. Within 10 years of being constructed, as long as there's no code compliance issues, then they're exempt from inspection. So they just came out of that this last year.
So given that situation, is 10 years a good standard? Or is it a standard that should be reviewed? Because while new construction may certainly not have significant structural issues in 10 years, as you mentioned, new construction can suffer from deferred maintenance in a much shorter time frame than that. I don't know whether or not at some point in time, at the end of our first 5 years, which would be at the end of 2022, are you going to be looking at considering whether there are some adjustments to the ordinance that at that point, and particularly looking at whether 10 years is the right length for those?
I haven't given it a heck of a lot of thought yet. I haven't seen, the thing is we've had one so far come back into the cycle. So it's Echelon is the one. I haven't seen, it's as construction is, I mean, a newer building ends up with less issues that are failing. So what I have seen is the newer buildings have had less issues than the older buildings that we're inspecting. So, just with what I've got for a construction background, 10 years seems like a reasonable number to me. The caveat that is good in the ordinance is it's 10 years without any code enforcement or any issues. So if you've got a building and people have issues in units and they've been reporting them, so now we've got failed floors and so forth in those units, then they would in essence become somebody who's responsible to be inspected. So they would come out of their 10-year exemption and now become an inspected property. I'd be happy to look and see if we could give you guys some better numbers on that and get back to council and see if there's anything that kind of jumps out at us as are we seeing as properties age, where, I mean, it's something we could do. I think it's probably a good number realistically, the 10-year cycle right now.
All right, well, probably as we have a few more new construction units come out of the cycle and have their inspections, and if we don't see a pattern that's very similar to the Echelon, then maybe we're all right. A couple of years ago, we did make a change to the ordinance, I believe, regarding the GFCI, where the standard on the checklist got amended to account for the age of the building and to whether GFCI was really required or a remodel. Have you been able to implement that well?
Yes, we have. So we have two checklists, one pre-78 and one post-78. So it's something that we do inspect, and that did draw the number of failures kind of down a little bit. So we used to have GFCIs would be the second most common failed things, and now it's the fifth or sixth thing that we're seeing now in most units. So.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you, Mr. Boki.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Gum, on the single-family residential side, more and more we see nationally a lot of stories about single-family residentials being bought up by investors, national investors. So the one that comes to mind is Invitation Homes, that I think has several dozen single-family residences in the city of Lakewood. And let's just use them as an example since they're publicly traded. How are they to work with? Do you do all their homes at once, or do they do their own inspections?
We haven't inspected that many of Invitation Homes. I'd have to look and see how many we did totally. I know them just because I've seen a number of their inspections come through. I don't recall anything that was really good or really bad in their inspections that really jump out at me. I'd be happy to get some information on those and follow back up with you, but there wasn't anything that was one way or the other worse or better than any other single families that I noticed.
Okay, so you don't track them by large landowner?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any further questions? Council members Farmer or Bell? Thank you, Mr. Gum, for your hard work with your team. Appreciate the update.
Thank you.
See you next time. Okay, so it is 9:03. We're going to break for 5 minutes before we turn to the planning manager, Courtney Brunel, and Ramon Rodriguez to review the Gravelly Lake Gardens request to utilize the housing incentive program, because we've been going for over 2 hours now and I need to stand up. So we'll take 5 minutes.
key?
Oh, I think I left it open, yeah. I guess we can wait for Mr. Boki.
When I was doing this directing traffic for DEM, back from DEM, we got impressed in the service there was medically retired at 20 years and 9 months. The last 18 months in the service, he was in rehab or warrior transition. He was a ranger and he parachuted into, I think it was Mali in Africa, his last deployment. And his parachute didn't open until 200 feet off the ground. Slammed in the ground, broke his foot or ankle, and it screwed up both knees and hurt his back.
Yeah.
But they parachuted into combat. Somebody or him triggered an IED.
Oh.
He got blown up and almost simultaneously shot.
Oh my God, you're kidding.
And so he said, he says, I remember hitting the ground, I remember getting up, I remember running, and then the next thing I knew, I was waking up in a hospital.
Oh my God, the IED and it got shot?
He hit a gunshot after his parachute didn't open.
I would have said, take me now.
That was like, okay, it's time to quit.
Yeah, totally.
He had like eight or nine ranger deployments.
That's not good.
That last one was like,
Yeah.
somebody sent me a message.
Okay, I think we're ready to reconvene here. Thanks for indulging me in a 5-minute break. There'll be a lot of that over the course of at least 2 years. So we next turn to our Gravely Lake Gardens request to utilize the Housing Incentives Program. We're reviewing that with Courtney and Ramon Rodriguez. It's your floor, Courtney.
Thank you. Good evening again, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of the council. Tonight, I am joined by Mr. Ramon Rodriguez, who is our associate planner. He's the lead reviewer for the project we're discussing this evening. Mr. Rodriguez has prepared a presentation summarizing both the municipal code and the development proposal. With
Great.
that, take it away, Ramon.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of the council. I'm Ramon Rodriguez, Associate Planner at the city and the project lead for the proposal we're discussing tonight. The purpose of this presentation is to introduce the City Council, the Housing Incentive Program, Lakewood Municipal Code 18A.90, and to review LU-20-00206, Gravely Lake Gardens Design Review, a 36-unit multifamily project. The Housing Incentive Program has existed within the Lakewood Municipal Code for at least 20 years. It may allow a density bonus, development standard modifications in exchange for low-income housing. Gravely Lake Gardens Design Review is the first project that has requested to utilize incentives found in the Housing Incentive Program. In order for the applicant, Gravely Lake Townhomes LLC, to qualify for incentives found in the Housing Incentive Program, an affordability covenant shall be recorded against the subject property, encumbering the property for at least 20 years. For this specific project, the applicant is requesting a density bonus and parking deviations. The subject property is located at 8933 Gravely Lake Drive Southwest and is within the multifamily 2 zoning district. Copy of the design documents were included in your packet for reference. The multifamily 2 zoning district has a base density of 35 dwelling units per acre, and the subject site is listed to have an area of 0.9 acres. 0.9 acres and would permit a density of 32 dwelling units under the standard regulation. The Housing Incentive Program allows for a maximum density of 20% of the multifamily 2 zoning base density. Per Lakewood Municipal Code, the applicant would receive 1.5 additional on-site market rate units for each qualified extremely low income units provided. A definition of extremely low income housing households is provided within the packet. On this lot, that would mean a maximum of 38 dwelling units. The applicant is proposing to provide 4 extremely low income units as part of the development for a project total of 36 dwelling units. Per Lakewood Municipal Code, for every extremely low income unit provided, the number of required parking stalls of such unit shall be reduced by 50%. The applicant is proposing 4 extremely low income units Acceptance of the housing incentive program will allow the development to reduce its required parking by 3 parking stalls. The applicant's proposing to provide 42 parking stalls on site. In addition, the applicant owns a multifamily development contiguous to the subject site with a surplus of approximately 20 parking stalls, which would also be utilized to serve this proposal. A list of the submitted permit applications have been submitted for your reference. The design review is in compliance with development standards found in Lakewood Municipal Code. However, it cannot be approved until the required housing incentive covenant is accepted and recorded subject to Lakewood Municipal Code. The reference covenant is considered a development agreement. Per Lakewood Municipal Code, a development agreement is considered a Type 5 legislative application. A Type 5 legislative application requires for the Community Development Director and Planning Commission to make recommendations to the City Council. The City Council must then review and approve the proposal via an adopted resolution. On December 1st, 2021, a public hearing was held before the Planning Commission. During the public comment period for this project hearing, staff received 7 public comments regarding the project, which has been summarized on page 66 of the City Council packet. The Planning Commission made recommendations to approve the applicant's request per resolution 2021-05. This proposal is now before the City Council's review to decide whether to approve the applicant's request to utilize the city's housing incentive program. To summarize, the applicant's proposing a 36 multifamily development with 42 on-site parking stalls. Overall, the applicant's requesting a density bonus of 4 additional dwelling units and a parking reduction of 3 parking stalls. With the exception of the requested density bonus of 4 additional dwelling units and parking reduction of 3 parking stalls, the project is allowed outright within the multifamily 2 zoning district. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you this evening. This concludes my presentation, and I will now defer to Dave Buer to explain the applicant's request to modify the affordability covenant submitted within your packet. After Dave Buer's brief explanation, I would be available for any questions.
Thank you. I think we're waiting for Mr. Buer now, or is it on?
Correct.
Great.
Good evening again, Council. We received some late information this afternoon regarding the use of the draft covenant. I wanted to share that information with the City Council. The draft covenant is found on pages 69 through 84. It's a very complex covenant with lots and lots of detail. Mr. Remy contacted me this afternoon and suggested that could we use something a little easier? And I have no objection to his request. He asked that we might use the City of Tacoma draft agreement. He gave me a copy. I found it to meet our needs. And when this item comes back to the City Council for review, we will probably submit the Tacoma covenant versus the one that's in your packet. It will be easier for the developer to provide his reports, and we'll ease our administration of the covenant. I just wanted to share that with the council. That's new information that was presented again this afternoon. That concludes my remarks, and I return it back to Ramon.
Very good. So, Mr. Rodriguez, normally it would be 32, but for the density bonus for the 4 units to be extremely low income, so we're looking at 36.
Correct.
Okay. I'm looking at the diagram, and I'll turn it over to council for questions, but one of the things we're grappling with is the energy and climate change chapter. And I noticed on the schematic here, you got a couple of electric charging stalls. Is that the requirement now under our code to have so many per numbers of units, or how has that come about?
If I could answer that question,
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, that's a new requirement under the new building code required by the state of Washington that we've incorporated into our local code.
Got it, got it. Okay, very good. All right, Mr. Anderson and then Mr. Brandstetter.
So I think I heard you say that the incentive is 1.5 per affordable unit, and they're only asking to add the 4. Is that correct?
Correct. And the term would be extremely low income, which is 30% of the median area income.
So yeah, I'm in favor of this. We need housing. We need affordable housing. One thing that concerned me, and just I started to read this earlier, and a red flag went up, is but in the background it calls it inclusionary density bonus. And I personally am an opponent of inclusionary zoning, which says people have to subsidize units, driving up the price of the other units as a condition of building at all. So I'd just like it to be made clear when we're going through this is that's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is giving someone a density bonus for providing affordable units. So they're actually getting something from the government that enhances the value of the project and allows the affordable units to be completed. So thanks for the presentation. It's very clear, and I think I understand what's going on.
Sure, and that is correct. It's in return for affordable housing, they would receive a density bonus. It's not a requirement.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks. Mr. Rodriguez, regarding the 20 parking spaces that are on the adjacent development that are excess to the requirements for that development, as I'm looking at the site plan, what's the pedestrian route to go from a unit in this development to those 20 parking spaces?
So the pedestrian route would be, if you see the site has a network of sidewalks, and there are also sidewalks along Gravity Lake. So there'll be a walkway from this site to the next site.
So you have to leave this site, get on the sidewalk on Gravity Lake, and move down to
the north. I think, isn't it?
one of the, and so the 20 spaces are not a group of 20 spaces. They're 20 spaces randomly scattered through the adjacent development.
No, it is a group. No, it is a group of 20 spaces.
So are they specifically designated then, going to be designated as for residents or guests of this development?
They would be, yes. So in order for us to approve that parking condition would be subject to 18A.80.060E, and there's provisions that it has to be within close proximity of the site, which it meets that, and has to be recorded as a covenant within an additional covenant to essentially marry those parking stalls to this project.
So would they be signed or marked as designated for residents of this address only?
The municipal code doesn't require that development standard. All it says is it has to be recorded within a covenant for it to be part of the parking for this project.
Okay, so is there a supplemental site plan of the next property over that shows where those 20 spaces are?
No, I do not have a supplemental site plan.
Is that something that could be doable when this comes back for us for approval?
With, I'm
Yeah.
not sure that I can,
We will
Within a
be able
week?
to offer a graphic as part of.
yes, I can offer a graphic. I don't know about a site plan.
Okay, I just said I've been through that adjacent property at different times of the day. And I seldom see 20 empty parking spaces in the evening. So I'm kind of wondering how they're going to manage that. But the multifamily development in that location is, serves a lot of good purposes. It moves some affordable housing further west in the city than most of it is. It's in the proximity, it's zoned right, and it's got good proximity to the schools for residents that are there. And it's, I think it's on a street that can handle the traffic. So I'm looking forward to supporting it.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Boki?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Rodriguez, Ms. Brunel, reading through the packet tonight, mainly the objections were not to affordable housing, although one person, I assume who had single family residential, opposed the project in total. Most of the remarks were about trees and the loss of trees. So could you explain how many significant trees will need to be cut down and are any going to be planted?
Yes, so the site has currently has a total of 18 significant trees. The applicant's proposing to remove 9 significant trees and will have to provide mitigation by planting 53 new trees. And in addition to that, he's also subject to a $10,000 mitigation fee to plant trees offsite.
And are we the planters of trees offsite? Is that, it goes
Yes.
into our fund? Okay.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then did they meet the new requirements for open space and whatnot, or recreation space?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Any further questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, Councilmember Deputy Mayor Moss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just curious to know, in the 18 trees that you said that were going to be cut down, how many are Gary Oaks?
7 of those are Gary Oaks.
7?
Yes.
Thank you. And the ones that you are planting, will you be planting back more Gary Oaks?
No Gary Oaks are proposed to be planted.
Thank you.
Council members Farmer or Bell?
Councilmember Farmer has a question.
Please.
So it's regarding the parking spaces. And I understand that the Lakewood Municipal Code calls for, or has allowed for some time, a reduction in parking for the low income status that this project is applying for. I am curious how old the data is that supports that the low income don't need as many vehicles as differently incomed people.
I'm not sure that I can answer that. So are you asking, go ahead, Courtney.
don't believe that we have any updated data pertaining to that. What we took was the exact standard found in our current zoning code, which you referenced, council member. And so with that, that's what the applicant was able to present this evening. Though I'm happy to see if there's any available data that we could cite or source regarding that. I think that it may also be a development regulation or incentive that we find in other jurisdictions in order to incentivize this type of development.
I would be curious as to how this works out in the real world.
Mm-hmm.
In addition, so how close is the nearest transit stop to this?
The nearest transit stop is within 300 feet on Gravity Lake.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And then I believe Deputy Mayor Moss asked about the trees. And so if I understand correctly, they're removing 9 of 18 trees on the site.
Correct.
And 7 of those
Yes.
are Gary Oaks.
Yes.
But the developer is not planning on planting Gary Oaks. They're suggesting a different type of tree.
Yes. In addition to mitigations, monetary mitigation.
The $10,000. Okay.
Right.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Next steps, this comes before council next week, is that right, for approval?
Yes.
Is that a head nod? Very good. Okay, well, thank you for the report. Appreciate your work on this. And we look forward to it coming out of the ground, so to speak. I think that's it, unless there's other commentary. Mr. Buer, did you have something else you wanted to say?
No, I think that, Courtney answered my question or answered the question about the parking. We can provide some additional information. What you're going to find, however, as a part of the annual housing report, that this section of the code needs to be updated.
Got it. That makes sense to me. Okay, again, thank you. So, council members, you see the items tentatively scheduled for the January 18 regular city council meeting. I won't repeat them listed, but they are there. We now turn to reports by the city manager.
Well, good evening again, Mayor and Deputy Mayor and Council. A handful of updates here this evening. So earlier today, the 2022 state legislative session began. It's a short session, 60 days, and so it will run through March 10th. And as always, the city of Lakewood will be actively engaged on a number of fronts there, and is likely will be reaching out to you folks as well to cue your interest in testifying if there's an opportunity and/or meetings with our state legislators as the session moves along. Your youth council has recommended Sarah Wilton for the AWC Quality Community Scholarship. She's been nominated. That nomination will now be forwarded to AWC, Association of Washington Cities. And the deadline is this Friday, but we expect to get it in the next day or so. Later this week, we will be moving forward with the community satisfaction survey, just as we did in 2015 and 2017. It's the same type of a survey that was facilitated by National Research Center, or POLCO, as it's now known as, 4 or 5 years ago. The first survey that will be sent out to the community will be a statistically accurate survey. And again, that'll kick off later this week. And then once that's underway, probably beginning sometime in mid-February, we will then make the survey available to everybody via our website and other social media platforms. The survey results themselves will be presented as in 2 different formats. The statistical accurate survey will be presented, and then the open survey will be presented. And those results should be available sometime end of March or early April. You might recall last year, this body appropriated funds in partnership with Partners for Parks to conduct a feasibility study regarding the H-Bar and restoration and renovation or the possibility of doing that. Partners for Parks will be presenting the results of that feasibility study as part of your January 24th study session. Myself and our Deputy City Manager and Parks and Rec Director met with their leadership team late last week, just to kind of review the final document that they have and kind of next steps. And what I do just want to give you a heads up on is, in addition to presenting the findings from the feasibility study, the Partners for Parks is also committed to initiating a capital fundraising campaign to raise $3.5 million to restore the H-Barn. Now, the total project cost to restore the H-Barn is approaching $7.5 million. And so if this is something that the council wants to take on, the remaining $4 million would come as a result of the city. The recommendation would be to leverage lodging tax monies beginning in about 2024, 2025, similar to what you did in regards to the McGavick Center a number of years ago. In addition, we believe there's an opportunity for grants and perhaps even some state capital budget monies. And that pro forma will also be presented as part of the January 24th meeting. In addition, Partners for Parks, to kick off this capital campaign, they do need some seed money in 2022. And so again, if this is something that the City Council wishes to pursue and move forward on, my recommendation would be to allocate $150,000 as part of your carry forward budget process later this spring to again provide them the funding that they need to do that. And then once they begin generating cash flow in the next year or so, then they'll be able to cover some of their costs. But again, that would be a policy decision by this body. And again, just kind of giving you a courtesy heads up that this is what's coming forward on January 24th. The Public Works Engineering Department is pleased to announce that the city is going to be awarded a complete streets grant. The TIB board is expected to meet in late March. Actually, I think it's March 29th. And at that point in time, we are going to know whether or not we received a grant totaling $500,000, $600,000, or even $750,000. It can be used on any transportation project or any new transportation project to build sidewalks or bike lanes. The preference from TIB, though, is not to include it as part of a federally funded project. And the reason being is because one of their caveats is the monies need to be spent in a year. So we will be bringing back to you a list of projects, perhaps something in the residential neighborhoods to be able to get underway again in the next 12 months or so and completed in the next 12 months. So some good work there by the Public Works Engineering Department. Just on the Western State Hospital Master Facility Plan update. So long story short, they submitted another revised site plan. However, what they didn't do is they did not address the questions that we have regarding the correction letter that we sent them back in August. And these are answers to questions that the city we heard from, that we want, but also that we heard from the community. And real quick, I just wanted to run down what those questions are that we're, again, looking for answers from DSHS. Starting at the top, what is the criteria for transitioning a patient out of the hospital and into an alternative residential setting? What is the projected schedule to relocate hospital patients to other residential settings once the forensics facility is built and once the Civil Commitment Center is closed down? Is that relocation process underway? And what happens if there is not sufficient facilities to relocate these hospital patients elsewhere? We also would like to know, in the last 3 years, from 2019 through 2021, how many hospital patients transitioned into alternative treatment facilities, including ESFs and/or adult family homes in the city. And then likewise, over that same 3-year period, how many former hospital patients transitioned into alternative treatment facilities outside of Lakewood, particularly in incorporated Pierce County cities and towns, as well as unincorporated Pierce County. So those are the questions, and it's really statistical data that we're looking for. The good news is that last week they did respond and recognize that they still hadn't responded to those questions. So we did again remind them that we're not going to, take on a revised site plan until those questions are answered. As a follow-up to your joint meeting that you had with the Nisqually Tribal Council, Ms. Dodsworth, our Parks and Recreation Director, her and her team are going to be having a joint meeting with representatives from the Nisqually Tribe on February 16th, essentially about a half-day charrette to finalize the significant work that's been done over the last couple of years or so on improvements down at Fort Steilacoom Park that were presented to this body as part of that joint meeting. And the tribe has graciously offered to host that event as well. The city is working with Pierce County to finalize an updated lease agreement over at the Lakewood Community Center for our use of reactivating and reopening the Senior Activity Center. Our team is over there now working with Pierce County and getting the place in order since for the last year and a half or so, Pierce County had it. So the Pierce County Superior Court had it set up for court proceedings. So we're spending this month getting things back in order, getting the facility squared away, and then on a parallel track, we're working on an updated lease agreement that we expect to bring back to this body for your review and consideration in early February. The goal is to have it open to our seniors here in town sometime in February. Knock on wood, this week we shall close on the Tactical Tailor property. We actually have all of the funding either in our bank account or an escrow, including the federal monies totaling $5.1 million. However, we still don't have the federal notice to proceed or the infamous NTP, and we expect to get that. Actually, we're hoping tonight or tomorrow morning. And so once we have that, we'll be able to move forward and with the title company and with escrow and get that squared away. So I'm hoping this time next week, I will be able to tell you that that transaction is completed, if not sooner. But great work by our SSMCP program manager, Bill Adamson, and our Community and Economic Development Director, Dave Buer, and his team, and actually a number of people involved in that. And so we're almost there. We had that snow event followed by the freezing cold. And so I just want to let you know our O&M crew is out there addressing some of the potholes that have opened up in a handful of streets, including doing just more than just putting down cold patches and doing some large pavement patches in some of the key areas where the roadways have opened up. And then lastly, I think we all know that economic development and investment continues to go gangbusters here in Lakewood. And I have the empirical evidence to support that. In 2021, new construction, new investment in Lakewood totaled $157 million. That's down a little bit from last year, which was $160 million. And then the year before that, it was $88 million. And the year before that, it was $125 million. And again, a friendly reminder that really up until the last 4 or 5 years, new construction averaged 25 to 35 million here in the city. And banner years were 50 million, and there were some of those. But again, the public policies that this body has put in place, whether it be zoning or incentives or whatever it may be, we're open for business. But again, under our community standards, is really is continuing to pay dividends. And so again, 157 million is quite significant. Do want to point out, driven by new commercial, followed by commercial remodels, single-family residential, and residential repair and remodels is really the driving force of new investment in Lakewood in 2021. So, and also just wanted to note that the properties over in the Lakewood Station District area, the Bormans had assembled a number of properties. Those recently sold to a regional developer called Tarragon Development, who are very, very well known in the Puget Sound region. And so they're going to be coming on board and taking that. And some of the projects that they have done, for example, Kent Station, they did Kent Station a number of years ago. That's one that comes to mind. But they've done a number of mixed use and a number of housing projects throughout the Puget Sound. Very reputable and well thought of firm. So that's they're coming to Lakewood. So with that, Mayor, that's my report.
Very good. Mr. Boki.
I know it's late and there's one, but I do have one question back to potholes because the weather has been rough and there are quite a few potholes. Are you thinking about expanding our pavement patching program or making it larger in this summer?
Well, Councilmember Boki, yeah, we'll be looking at that as part of our program, as we do every year for 2022.
Okay, because we haven't approved that yet, right?
No, you haven't. Though a lot of the areas where we have the potholes are areas that are set for street reconstruction in the next year or two as well. For example, Washington Boulevard and some other areas. Yeah, in Custer.
Okay, thanks.
Deputy Mayor Moss?
Yeah, Mr. City Manager, we had talked about partnering with Tacoma for the Lakewood Drive. Where is that at this point? Where do we stand as far as partnering with Tacoma on the Lakewood Drive street repairs?
Oh, so that, Councilmember Moss, that project, we're going to be looking to partner with them to apply for a Transportation Improvement Board grant. And actually, the city of Tacoma will be taking the lead on that. And that will be from the intersection of 74th and Lakewood Drive north all the way up to Orchard.
I drove past there the other day and it is terrible.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Caulfield, Ms. Bell, Ms. Farmer? Okay, thank you, Mr. Caulfield. We'll turn to council comments, hopefully briefly, because we do hope to have an executive session. So I'll start off, Mr. Brandstetter.
Well, I guess I would just say that I was glad to see as we went through the advisory committee assignments and things that there were a number of the committees that are going to be involved in climate change and environmental related activities to be able to go and do that. Is that I'm sensing that that is an area of interest in the community with a lot of tentacles in terms of what they're concerned about. To be able to go and do that. And hopefully this is a year following up on our comprehensive plan amendment that will set the stage for long-term progress that's going to be sustainable. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember Bell.
I am good, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Farmer?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The South Sound Housing Affordability Partnership met on Friday, and we moved a number of things along. We approved our legislative agenda, and it's everything on there are things that Lakewood is happy with. They did suggest that member city lobbyists be made aware of this agenda, so I will be forwarding that to the city manager. One of the other items is that we discussed our initial work plan, and I volunteered on a small committee to help getting that a little bit more finalized, and if appropriate, I would love Tiffany's help on that. And thirdly, in order to keep the visibility and the transparency of this group of cities in the county, the good work, transparent and visibility, I'd love to have it mentioned on the city's website and a connection to the Shape web presence and that sort of thing. So I will follow up on all three of those items. That's it for me.
Very good. Thank you very much. Mr. Boki?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of things. Planning Commission last week, they advanced the climate change plan. They mentioned that tonight in their overall plan for the year. I'd also note that they had a nice little proclamation for Ms. Connie Coleman-Lackady, who has now left the Planning Commission after a long period of service. I think it was somewhere in the neighborhood of about a decade. So I think that's the open position that they have. But thank you very much for all her time and service in the Planning Commission. Went to the school board tonight and just talked about a few items that we just discussed. I do want to plant a seed with the rest of the council in ARPA. The final rule has come out from Treasury. And one of the things that was surprising was you have two options to show, hey, we lost revenue and we want to backfill. Or you can take option one, which is just, hey, the first 10 million comes to us. Now, we've already backfilled some certain amount. And that's how we've paid for cameras and retention bonuses and various things like that. But if we want to go to the full 10 million, which I'm suggesting that we think about, and set 10 million minus what we've already spent, and set it aside for some kind of capital plan, hopefully in one of the qualified census tracts, because we've got at least 2 qualified census tracts where we could spend this money, and I think it would meet the spirit of ARPA. And I'm thinking maybe of it dovetailing with what the city manager just mentioned about possible development in the Lakewood Station District. I imagine they will come in for a property tax exemption. And as part of that, we could maybe develop, ask them, we could chip in and they could chip in for a public park in that area. So that's my first noodling on it. But I'm certainly open to other ideas about maybe doing some serious road work in some of these neighborhoods or something like that. But I've kind of settled on this open space, and if this development goes forward, we can have some discussions. The problem is the development may take longer than we've got on ARPA dollars, so that may be a challenge. But I want all of you to think about if we use the final rule and we decide we want to retain up to 10 million, we've already spent 3 or 4 of it, which would leave us 5, 6, 7 million that we could hold for some major capital expenditures in this qualified census tracts. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Deputy Mayor Moss, you're good? Mr. Anderson?
What he said, and I just like to note that one of the more controversial and dangerous bills pre-filed in the legislature is, I call it the fourplex and Single Family Zoning Act. It provides for a number of things, but basically if you're within a half mile of a bus line, you have to allow up to a fourplex on any single family lot. And if this happens to be passed, I think we have to look hard and fast at changing our rules with respect to impervious surface, tree preservation, and setbacks to retain some degree of local control. That's all.
Very good. Well, just a couple little updates. I attended the Pierce Transit Commission meeting today. They're working a little bit on the BRT process through Spanaway. Yet again, it looks to be a bit delayed, so they're challenged potentially in achieving 60% design. If that doesn't happen, that could be a problem for the dedicated $75 million in federal funds. So more to follow. They're hopeful that they're still going to hit the target, but there are some concerns. Yeah, so all sorts of interesting stuff. There's the Pierce County point in time count coming up. I believe the date is either January or February. We can double check on that. I did it a couple of years ago with Julie White, who is still the president of Fort Steilacoom, Pierce College at Fort Steilacoom. And we had a very interesting, worthwhile time together. I would encourage those of you who have not done that to consider doing it. Maybe we consider going out as teams together and getting educated. And that way you really get a chance to see and experience and talk to individuals on the street who are experiencing homelessness and get an idea of their background and what their needs might be and why they're here. So if you're interested in doing that, it's a very short training session that Pierce County puts on, and we can get some details for you if you're inclined to do it. I think I might do it again. Third thing, we've got the ad hoc tree committee, ad hoc tree ordinance, preservation ordinance that is in swing. We have received a number of applications, but I still believe we need some more according to the city clerk. So if you know folks who fall within the parameters that we discussed, please encourage them to apply. And I think we need to discuss how we're going to cull those applications once received. We initially chatted about a 3-member non-quorum group of council members who could do the first cut and make recommendations to the full council. If that is council's desire and prerogative, I suggest we consider who might be the 3 that are interested in serving on that subcommittee. So I kind of look around the room. I'll look at the screen first. Is anyone interested in serving on the subcommittee to review the initial swath of applications?
I'm happy to serve.
Very good. Councilmember Farmer, Councilmember Anderson, and Councilmember Boki. Very good. Any further ado on that, or should we consider the 3 of you duly appointed as a non-quorum subcommittee of this council to make the first review of the applications? Everyone's good with that? Did we follow okay procedure there, Ms. Wachter? Okay, and Ms. Schumacher, you got the folks identified for that? And when is the close of the application process?
Closes on Sunday, January 23rd.
So we've got some time to further communicate, the desire. If you have an interest, please make application. I've got a couple of names I'll pass along to Ms. Schumacher after the meeting.
And I encourage the school board tonight that they either need to apply to be on the committee or be actively engaged in the process, because they've got a number of properties that could be impacted by them.
Exactly. Okay, so tomorrow is going to be council with the mayor, probably by myself on Zoom at the appointed time. What I chatted with the city manager about is maybe kind of taking a new look or fresh look at the communication strategy. And so a couple of things I'm going to throw out there and try, and I encourage you all to kind of chime in over time. We're going to do a coffee house with the mayor every other month on did we pick the 4th Thursday at 6 p.m.? So that people have a chance to come at a different time that might be more amenable to getting further folks here. We will try to identify a topic of interest, and the goal is to have dialogue as opposed to just the 3-minute public comment period, so that we can actually dig into some issues of interest to people and have a little bit better forum. And so we will develop this as we go along, but certainly, we would like to have council members present if you'd like, non-quorum if we can, so we can chat about how we structure that. They're usually noticed anyway, but they're not to be a council meeting per se, but obviously we'll have folks invited. And so that would be one arm of the strategy. The other is to have each one of us do a council member's blog spot once a month that could be posted on the city website on a topic of your choosing, to coordinate with certainly the city manager and the communications manager to make sure we're providing information that's accurate. But it would be an opportunity for each council member to have a chance to reach out at least once a year in a formalized writing on a blog. And so there may be some ways to tweak that, improve it, get it better. We're trying to enhance communication by the council as the face of the city to the residents a little bit more. So more to follow, and I want to chat with Patty and Linda on perhaps even better opportunities for enhanced communication outreach. So just some thoughts. And that is all I have on my council comments. So now we're going to recess into executive session for approximately 30 minutes pursuant to RCW 42.30.110 sub 1 sub G to review the performance of a public employee. Council is not expected to take action following the executive session other than to adjourn the meeting. So without further ado, we are in recess. And Patty and Linda, we are going to take a moment to set up another Zoom connection in the executive meeting room.